在听歌，忘记了，等一下哦。我在想晚餐要吃什么，我应该会吃咸酥鸡或卤味，因为他现在能够点的就是卤味跟咸酥鸡了。不考虑其他，是因为咸酥鸡跟卤味可以用叉子就直接出，比较方便。现在就很麻烦，我还要是，可能比如说，如果我吃面的话，还要拿筷子，然后再把它放下来，好像差不多，但是就不用再，所以我的优选应该，嗯，等一下哦。我在犹豫是不是要吃这样就好，还是怎么样？我上其实没有很少，也不是这样就好啦，话不是这样说，是我在犹豫，如果这样点的话会有一个重复的，不然就是干脆不要了。我们再重新刷一下 Panda Box。他这样子的话，我要不用 Panda Box 喽，毫无威胁性的威胁。看一下，嗯，但是他连那种咸酥鸡那种可以直接拿叉子出来吃的食物都不给我了，干！那我要去看他的那个一元外送的查看。嗯，哦，看一下历史订单。哎，什么意思？他说星期三才有，好吧？可恶，他今天没有。 哦，我在犹豫卤味诶，因为我有些卤味我不是很喜欢，那我再重刷看看好了。离开的话就会没有优惠喽。干完全没有，这里目前吸引我的只有那个饮料店了，但是我又不是很想喝饮料，我本来就不是一个会喝饮料的人。嗯，关东煮关东煮可以，可是之前关东煮有点贵靠背，还是比较好了。它一个鱼板要30块钱，我怎么能接受呢？我是一个死穷人而已。肯德基，哦，其实我还蛮喜欢肯德基的那个青花椒香麻，但是就是它在外送上面只有那个汉堡，但是我又不喜欢吃汉堡，就是三明治啊那一种，两片面包加那个菜的我都不喜欢。但是我喜欢那个挂包，挂包不是挂包，我觉得那个不是面包，你知道吗？就不一样。哦，去看看。嗯，那我还是选这家好了。等一下哦，那我买一送一，我 这是占便宜的可播小狗。哦不，我是狐狸。是我意外的还蛮喜欢吃藕蛋的，不知道为什么。没有玩游戏的，可是我现在在看吃的，可恶！台式年糕，快了快了！好吧，这样子，先这样啊。可是我觉得我这样吃很贵，好烦哦。嗯，人生好难。好，就决定是这个样子了。同意啊，哪次不同意？好了好了，可以开始了。选择困难症患者，采取暴力并不可取。现在。
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. but all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
什么意思？他可以选女人吗？哦，这个手，哦，这个手，不知道他男生跟女生有没有体型差异，或者是哪一些地方会转不过去？好犹豫哦。他说暴力不可取，那我们就选男性，是这样。叫他77好了，71反过来。
It's nice to meet you, and I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting.
Okay.
What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat.
所以我可以把你干掉，然后我再抢你的船回去。
Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just. What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
不打算告诉我你的名字吗？
I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
如果这对你来说知不知道两可的话，那我还是选择不说好了。我真的想知道。
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself.
Okay.
My name's Karen. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al.
对啊，选身份。
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
我们在哪？
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Tiber.
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al. What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
算了，我不去了。
My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
哦，一个手电筒，谢谢你。 看一下我的手。不选男生，我要怎么打架？对，我应该是选男生。狮子。阿尔点的，我应该走对了路。哦，原来他到这边才让我们放下手电筒，靠北。那附近有什么可以探索？上不去，过不去。哦，好吧。
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. Shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? Seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Alworth.
阿尔沃尔，反正就是我一定要下去就对了。Go go go！ 来了来了，通，这是哪里？罗马浴场。切记他们在注视着你。哦，收到。Hello， 你好啊，小姐姐。还对我干嘛吗？就问靠背，妈的，你给我过去啊！真可爱。我是你爹。所以说那个会动而已，是不是啊？哎呦，你也会动啊！哎呦，我真的觉得这个手电筒设置太难开了吧！靠北啊！它非常影响我玩游戏的体验。冲刺、跳跃、蹲下。使用道具互动，次要攻击，不是啊，这应该要这个样子吗？不行，反而变得更复杂了。这手电筒， 他们不会追过来吧？我刚那么靠背，还调戏他们的小姐姐，调戏他们的妹子，一个罗马女人，她在祈求永远不会得来的帮助。啊，我不是故意的啦，真的。怎么办？这样还可以祈求吗？你加油！这不就阿尔吗？
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry.
很抱歉让你发现这样的我。然而更糟糕的是，你将承受
same
和
fate
我
I
相
did.
同的命运。
I've spent a lifetime in this
我在
place,
这个地方过一辈子，
going
一遍遍的
around
绕
and
圈
around
子，
in
想要找到一
circles,
条出路。
searching
但
for
那
a way
条
out.
但那铭
The
刻是对
inscription
的，
was right. There is no way back.
没有
And
归
here
路。
there are only
这
two
里只提
options:
供2个选择：
death,
死亡，
that
或是找到
godforsaken
被血
doorway
通
into
往
the
过去的
past.
大门。
I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set
我是
things
犯
right.
了错，不该踏入这里。我想让事件重回正轨。我试过很多次过，不论我做了什么，他都将重新带我倒回原点。
Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now.
别犯同样
Find
的
out
错
what
误了。
awaits you
毕
beyond
竟
that
传送
portal.
门看传送门后面等的人是什么？那他写那个纸条，然后留给我们说什么？哦，比如说他们的那个首相其实是坏人，那个城邦其实是怎么样的，我们要去哪里找一下？他至少把他讲过的经历告诉我们啊。妈的，讲说自己做了一遍，然后什么事情都不知道，真的很烂哎、Hello， 啊，不是你叫我过来的吗？干你娘！让我看看。好啊。加油！哎，我没有往前走，哎，他吸我过去，犯规。按 P 进入拍照模式。Hello， 今天的书见呢，墨轩。哦，罗马古城主线任务更新勿忘我。他们是谁呢？你好啊。
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the shrine of Proserpina?
这是一个等一下，你在说英语？
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange.
这是一个主角破身回到过去，然后要想办法改变一些事情的游戏。
Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head?
That's
all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. Listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Only
23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. Idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer.
到底哪里知道我很帅的？虽然我知道，但我都看不到我自己。他到底怎么知道我很帅的？
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizens. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Okay.
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Okay. 今天我的父亲建议我写日记，让我
leave before I call Horatius.
靠北啊！我知道你在看，每个人都有自己的秘密。
The many shall suffer. for the sins of the one.
哎，跑错地方了啦，嘿嘿。从上一个存档开始。收到。靠北，从这么前面。哦，因为我忘记自己存档了。
We sort of live. No, it's but follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment. If you count the 3 who are missing, no idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally.
靠呗，这个喷泉上面的雕像为什么要用自动动作的啊？
But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that?
收到。
What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
好，我先跟随他。好的，请
Follow
带
me.
路。
The
哎，
only thing you
跟
really
我
need
走，
to
不
understand
是
right
跟你
now
走
is。the golden rule.
太好了。
Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
了回来了。看我手机，不要忘在外面。累死！等我一下，那存档，刷，对对对，正在保存。
We're finally alone. I assume you already know.
什么叫终于
May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? $2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
这个人看起来很有阴谋哎。
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? Ah, I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it.
当然不会啊。我不能保证成功。
Thank you for your candor, I suppose. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
有道理。
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
这么酷哦！
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? No, I don't suppose you do. But I'm hoping that even if you're not burdened with a sense of self-sacrifice, you'll at least see the sense in
谁会触
self-preservation.
发黄金法则？是我。
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it will win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Oh yeah. 列完任务，第一个反应就是按 B。妈的，差点以为自己在玩刺客教条。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What did you idiot do?
Hello， 你好啊。是谁触发了那个黄金法则 ？It's me。哎呦哎呦。 哎呦，没有东西，走吧。
Oh, and since you seem... Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
不知道这手电筒有什么毛病呢？它为什么一直亮出来？
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. He sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways. Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his one day.
不同应该是触发自私吧，我猜。
Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? Well, Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. All right, see you around.
那个247还在我口袋里面。又被迫重开了。还好。
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Oh. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. And but, all right.
然后跟他对话。赶快把刚刚对话过的全部快速重复一次。
Well, one day, more.
我有时间，真是令人难过。但是我刚刚已经看过了。
Anyway, well, it's all right.
All right.
Even on. All right.
这是谁？你好啊。
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back to me if you discover any patterns. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish. Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pattern? Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they want. Livia's fate weighs. Come back to me.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get it had something to do with Scintilla's disappearance?
他们还是从哪里上去的？这里，我真的呢。14哎，我看一下，17。
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
谁啊？
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here.
我们加速对话好了，跟我讲讲。
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. What are you doing? Really? I'd never have noticed. Now, remind. I'm Sentia. What are you... Now... Ugh, what is it with you people? Well, that's just a stupid... I don't know. Can you... We went... I think so, yes. Because our father had plans to... That doesn't surprise me. To hit, he's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy. I don't know. All I know. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionately known as Scintilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting in it. I hope you're not in sin. Ugh, you're all. Do I need to ask Horatius?
好啊，你要这样子的话，我要偷钱的。 7块钱吧，对不对？
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Help me!
哎，我被射中一箭了，屁股痛。快过来！再见啦！
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what? Oh.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Oh, don't mind me. I wish Horatius would... You know, but what kind of... Oh, did you hear that? What do you... No I'm telling you. Either that, or like... Ugh, well, that's just... I don't know. So you're... Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. Thanks. Of course, what have you just... Oh. All right. That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
是吗？这是你的房间吗？好吧，先把这个解完再看看好了。
Oh, don't mind me. What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw them. But it's odd. It was only a few... You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything.
尤利亚。隔壁的别墅里。这里吗
？Fresh meat, huh?
你好啊。
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this... Her name's Domitius. Why? You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
笑死.
Too bad. He's busy. I'm glad you asked. See, left me strict instructions.
Oh.
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. Dunno. Just make... When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? I think it's gone on long... We've already lined up the... Malleolus, of course. Listen, I don't abduct with... You don't know Sturkus. Whatever.
神什么？神庙那边。你好啊。
Salve, salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of
这人看起来有点太贱了吧
I'm Dacius.
貔貅师。
You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects, liberate, mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent... Have myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the... See, about 7 months ago, off of Rome. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing, all the way down to the river. I'm elbow... But, to my surprise, we make it. But the captain's happy to take my coin. No, too heavy.
你选择了手推
Of
车
course I
是
chose
吗
the car. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the car, and in one swift motion, she... Naturally, I dived in, only when I came to, I'd washed... I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but look around you, there must be more gold in... I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear some people here. Oh yeah, got a...
Okay.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around. Of course, I have an idea for general... I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no... Oh, well, technically... Thank you, friend.
我会留意的。
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. Very well. Another time.
是哪一尊在动啊？哦，这一尊啊。哎，是吗？这尊有在动吗？哎呦哎呦，这尊有在动。怎么了？
Ah, a fellow traveler from Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our... And I must say, leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise... I have traveled deep and never have I seen... Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say... We will have much time here to... My story? A good question. I remember I rented a prestigious villa, and we began. Now, I have had visions, and this time, when I regained my Of course, in any case, I went to find firewood for... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the... I tell you, it is, I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here.
习俗很多，越能维持正常的表象，越有可能。
Well, if that doesn't persuade, if we all end up as golden statues for future...
干笑死。
Have you not been? Oh, then... Of course, the first quake and scaling the chasm wall. But as they say, if the wind fails... See, the shaft is quite... They have. There was an attempt. They even decided to keep records of that. They heard a godlike... So it seems that to me... That, my friend, is quite... I do not enjoy the thought of an... Nothing... I hope that...
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. Well, I'm an architect. Help out with repairs, but you probably don't... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines... But there's one thing that puzzles me. I'm not sure. It could mean that they were who really built this. If only there was a way. You mean the Great Temple, given the way it's positioned? Unfortunately, you see, usually a temple is dedicated. There's an obelisk out the front, and of course we can't get inside, so we're all left wondering. Unless somebody... Of course.
Okay.
Help out, but... help out, but... Or it could mean... If you mean the Great Temple, given the... And there's an obelisk, and of course, so we're... Unless... Gladly, it's funneled below the... And the rest is... Hey, not so... I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course. Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for... Hey, nothing yet. Sorry, that was mean. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city, I saw enough friends, so I hid who I was for. But that kind of fear, it's needless to say, since my openness didn't go down. Nice of you to say. In any case, the Romans are, or at least... it's not strange, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure. If I had to guess, I'd say it's... strange bunch. They insist there's only... If there are any of them here, all I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. Someone who lives, but if you find them, please don't hurt or... Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the My vote... Nice to talk to you.
好想拿哦！算了，先帮他问问看好了。
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the house. Ah, back. I don't, I'm afraid. She was headed to the baths not long ago. I don't, I'm afraid. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Very well.
知道啦，我有空会帮你。
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could... What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. except my friend Galerius and Hannibal said Galerius already. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very... You're going to let me out of here? Hilarious already. Like, if you Hannibal... Go. My friend Hannibal used to... He said he gave me all I remember... No, no. Hannibal, you're me.
委屈啊！太可爱了吧！看我干嘛啊？我又不是故意拿的。一人作恶，众人受难。他想让我拿，所以他就让我拿。
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. Are you serious? This isn't a... Are you going to... None of us do. The magistrate, you'll just have to... Are you daft? Thank you. I have done. What? Ugh.
他的鹅啊是怎样啊
The shrine is collapsing.
靠呗，它会飞起来哎！加油
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
靠呗，他这个跑喊一下，然后跑了。
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but... You say that, but it... So you admit... Threatening me is not going to help. That sounds... And I saw the inscriptions. You've cleared now... You lot of Of course you'd say. It's all clear to me now. What baffles me is, however, you still... Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with the Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which... Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? This is your last... Do you have any last words? Aha, I knew it. Now it's my... Once I'm done with... And I can...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Be happy, happy.我要怎么过去？我迷路了。我绕完先走出来了。
Salve, friend. Mind?
Name's Rufus. Better watch. Can't talk long. Families from Seleucia and Tigris. Babylon province. Same way as... Because we're all in grave danger. Is it... Majesty. If you were a deal...
Are they?
None of your business. Introiti ipsum commensula. If we have to. If I did. I'll tell you this much. I hate the... I mean, all these people just bump up. Seems like I'm the only one. I don't know. Of course Meliodas. No. Whatever.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm my friend. This is but my young friend Fabia. I hope that our
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna... Are you serious? Are you going to... Thank you. What?
Oh, save Fabia's life.
Stop right there. You're right, I am, I suppose. Do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, once I'm done and I can...
The many shall suffer.
表情按太快了，不想再跑了。
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.不是再见了哦。
You there? No, I did, and before you are, but tell me, do you have any idea? And here I was thinking, supposedly. Now, of course, that I can't help but with the ability to use your, and even if we were to split all. Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but excellent. Now, I have a plan, but good. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the one thing priests and poets, and it just so happens that there is a shrine. And would you like to? Precisely. I can't tell you. Oh, gods, no. No, here's what I propose. Then you enter the shrine, but make no mistake, this, well, my experience. Now, I'm more of an idea. When Prometheus stole. Only because he was silly enough to get caught. Because the gods would. So, are you in?
跟恐惧。
Wonderful. Now there's it. And here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you. It's just at the end of the street on the left.
你想要那个面包房？他做面包在哪？啊，得到了。
You. An accident? I do have a. I don't understand. Oh, I promise. Nobody else will ever know what you did. Oh, speaking of which. Oh, there's not much. I suppose it all started about 8 months. My pa had just arranged I spent the next week in bed. In the end, but after about it, I remember closing my eyes. I suppose the driver took off with it. Anyway, it's nice of you to say. Oh. What? You've been here a few moments. Good people here. Galerius works hard on the my friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. Well, I'm just saying. Well, I can tell from your... Oh, I try not to... Thanks. And I'm sure he'd love to chat. He'll be just across the terrible the forum, to be honest. So I put my head out and I called out to them. All I remember is they rapped, so I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius. All right.
这样不算偷，可是我拿他的面包哎。
Salve，
大家开心就好。
Greetings and salutations. Hello again, my sartorial friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
什么意思？我要怎么换？
Is that you, partner? Wonderful. And yet you did. No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you come. Oh. You're just gonna have to tap the bug. Oh, but you're stuck in it. You know, some say it takes less fine.
收到。对，还有。靠北啊！阅读附近的卷轴。那我怎么上去？它这变黄金还可以支撑住我们。妈的，差点我要掉下去了。靠北，不会有恐怖的东西要出现了吧？为什么他长松一口气？什么鬼？靠背哦。这可不可以回收剑？我刚刚有一把摔在这里，我有看到。我不是故意拿的，你放在那边你又用不到了，给我拿一下是会怎样？我好想按 V 看一下这里有什么东西哦，烦耶！ 妈的！让我上去，让我上去。OK， 我的。他们整个骨头都出来了，他手上亮亮的。什么意思？啊！我也上不去啊，靠腰。终于。怎样？黄金的雕像是人做的，所以他们在做人体实验，是黄金的人是被这把箭射到的。
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I told you the statue knew Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a mist of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
好悲啊！所以他为了就是一个他看到的黄金雕像，他觉得他很赞，然后他想跟他永远在一起。然后再做人体实验。
Make it stop.
Make it stop.
Help us.
It never
Please. Kill us.
Kill me.
You. Make it stop. Help us. I just want to die.
有点小，那你在房子。阅读附近的卷轴。
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing
希腊女人
souls from
把它
their
命名
golden
为伊
prisons
尔
have
达
not
姆
been，going to plan. My first
一
charge
种
was a
合
Greek
金，
woman
半
who
寸
I
厚的
called
黄金加火
Iodame
顺正
after the
融合在一
Athenian
起。
turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and my beloved Galatea. My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, and you must be the wretched snake who look at what you're You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows? What? Liar. Really? I imagine it would help Luke, but if you're lying, you did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I'll stay here to keep her company. I fear the only... In any case, here's the key I promised you. Now, please leave. The door... Go.
啊？哪里啊？这里吗？是我。
Ah, you again. Though I did. Whatever.
先存个档，然后存完之后再告诉他，打算威胁他，那就是你。哦。
Whatever.
嘿嘿嘿。水流之处哭泣。
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Oh, hello there, partner. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright, you know, but when I opened it... Partner? Yeah, well... Don't even talk to me. Merda!
哦，是你。
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant. It's too late. She was poisoned. She came in and that'll be then that toad anywhere else. I just pay a fact so all like and now I'll never know who poisoned her. Well, unless get me that's I don't care. I swear to the gods be. Then you'd better get me that. A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Wonder how much one of these statues... Don't even talk to me.
看来这周末没办法处理这件事情了。
Greetings and salutations. This part of my shop is off limits, even for you, my sartorial friend.
跟这是相通的哦。不知道这是谁家，但是可恶啊，好想按 B。
Greetings and salutations.
他在哪？靠呗。哎呦。
A new face. Up. Interesting. Yes. What else? Yes. What else? Keep up. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind. Come back. again. It must be complete. It'll be, but why did... I like the idea. It was only yesterday that he said to... So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galeri... Sir, come back to me.
Your magistrate. Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must well. My name is Marcus Malik. You mean my... And I'm hardly the only person. I like to think... Well, unlikely, because it... What? You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
靠北，我怎么出去？哦不！重新谈判。
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and... well... unlike... My name... and I like... Of course not. Look, if you're trying to find her, of course... Wait. Nonsense. Surely you're not... You mean that book next to a golden... What? I disagree. True? Why? You are acting... I'm glad you are. By declaring that... I'm afraid... I trust you could... Through the door... Thank you. Thank you.
What now? Do I see...
有道理。
Do I seem like... You don't...
笑
Whatever.
气到。 哪里啊？哎，靠背啊！
Through the door this time?
Okay, bye bye.
Thank you. Boy, how did you get in there, you cheeky?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
是你吗？冲啊冲啊！虽然不知道这里是干嘛，但是冲啊冲啊！看我，你好啊！ 哎，虽然不知道这里怎么回事。哦。 啊！我是从啊，这里是哪里？我要先去神庙里面探险看看。
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We've all been where you are now. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the... I still don't have any of the answers. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my... I used to live in a lovely but long hours of... Oh, much the same way as many. We were among the fortunate ones with enough... A scuffle broke out. I woke up... Oh, that... Oh, yes, of course. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I don't put a lot of stock in such... If that doesn't... I hope it... I'd like to think that if we... But on the other hand, I was... And that's where I get... You don't think that's innocent men and... Please keep that to yourself. There was a terrible fire in Roma. Oh, thank... Alright, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think?
I know things are hard for you. Please.
I'm sorry, but...
Please, help him. If he goes through with it... Thank you.
Let me guess. You're not going... Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that cute... You're just saying that you must... I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no!
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have... And I'd best pray...
What?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to be elected magistrate. And now, you again. I trust you can see through.
我现在有点搞不懂了。我可以从这里上去。
Today is a sad day. I hope you're coping. Oh, so soon?
Oh, 所以我在那边绕那么久，我可以从这边上来的。看一下这是什么。哦，这就是我们刚刚解完的。Hello。所以这个神庙就是他去做实验那个神庙，但我还是没有进去上面这个神庙啊！靠腰，想知道。主神庙大门锁上了。好吧。问就是我不想从那边走。房间哎，快速通道。嘻嘻。
Thank you. I am. All right. Now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
好奇看看而已。
I'm not supposed to be. Talk. My marriage. You know, some time ago when... Now, addressing one's wife, I confronted... I let it, but... Oh, it seems. But first, I want... Oh, don't look at me like... Let me tell you something about... After all I've done for him, he said it was for my own good, and that my drinking tonight, that he's... I am... You mean because there's barely any... So... I expect you'll have to flatter her. I heard they used to be close. Thank you. Why are you still here? I think better. I have quite enough. Preferably the way... I think the dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never let... Well, Do I need to call Domitius?
小气，真是的，我都有你家钥匙了，你居然还敢这样对我！再来一个。这样子的话，
Citizen, we're finally alone. We have? Wait, I must have entrusted. Is that about? Look, it's now. Of course. Why? It looks like. You mean Jewett? Perhaps you're not aware. Look, I can see where you're going. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. Here, we see to it that a privilege that would be taken. The man has no self-dis. I will not jeopardize. Thank you.
What is it, citizen? What? You... He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Treat your can't ask for the... What business is that? A lot of people have been looking for... Scintilla was always... If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. You might Fine. I'm a legionary of the... I act as the magistrate's right-hand man. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. Not anymore. My commander sent me to deliver a message. That's when the crowd started. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage, blacked out, and woke up near here. Ah, don't be. That said. Not that it's any of you. Unfortunately, see, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Mali. The man's a savage. Sentius knows about it, of course. This place will be different with that. I appreciate the thought. In any case, if you're in... I don't see why... Not sure why you said it like that. Alright. Please, kid.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
为什么都会没有人去射身体巫师啊？可恶，这不公平！身体巫师也要可以射才对啊。 是我。你等我一下。
So? All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in. I'll go, but once.
哦，这个人真好。
Oh, you're here. And, I hope there's a light. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do this. You know, straight to as a man. I'm happy to tell you all about. So, simple. It's a one-way trip, and I can't tell. I think of it this way.
Cannot catch the drops of water.
If I took your
and the tree you grasp,
what's the well? Perhaps.
我猜他说只能出不能进，大概。
I do, but I'm afraid it's not for sale.
哎呦。
Everything except, well, even if you could get. Really? Unfortunate. Good idea. Certainly. Have you met Livia? Now she just stands. I hear that if man. They used, fortunately for. Whatever you like. All right.
啊，酒在哪？我知道。
Ixion turns.
靠北啊！这又是哪？ 圈，回来。啊！可是我不是从这里走过来的吗？哦，不对，走哎，这里是我来的路。那我这边走。就这样子。 哦，这就是外面。这里是哪？哦，这里在这上面。哦，这里嘞。哦，酷耶！就这样走出来了，虽然我还不太确定。哦，这里是那个嘛。 钱钱。哦。
Hello?
No.
Hello. My friend, he said he gave all I now nobody looks of Hannibal hilarious. Like, if you Hannibal's bye bye.
很可爱耶。是要干嘛？
What are you doing? She needs the... It's too late. She was poisoned and I knew that till then anywhere. So all and now... Well, unless get me, I don't care, I swear. Sure. How did you know that? Yes? Do you really want to know? Hemlock. I haven't seen her in months. Gladly. Oh no, there was one, but that was new. Anything about a city without sin might, but snakes like Decius will always absolute. I wish, just. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm tired, and my husband and I moved to Rome. I would have divorced him and demanded that, so I waited for the as he prepared to ever. I could barely see if the next thing I read. It's all right. Say what you will, and while there's no shortage. Oh, this kind of strange to set, but the god who inflicts a curse. Well, she used until she said this changes the last time and then she shut. She's been gone so long, but I really wish one of my patients. I really shouldn't say. He's become so irritable that I just know Navia would know how to treat him. Really? That would be wonderful. Feeling alright? I'm Lucretia. I'm tired.
Well, until this, the, and the shit, but I, one of my... I really shouldn't. He's become, I just... Thanks, Sure. Glad. I'm well, until this, the, and shit, but one of... He's become so irritated. I just... Thanks. Welcome.
哪里有他的小箱子啊
？Feeling all... Oh, I see. Willow bark. I should have known. I have some right here. Thank you. All right. Well...
Name's Rufius. What business? Willow bark. Finally, I've been... It was too much. No idea. Melior. No. Fine. Signor.
找一下女祭司好了。
Ove. A new fate. Yes, I suppose that. What else? Yes, what else? That's true. It's as I've. Let me out. And I see. Because I've seen her before. But don't follow too close.
同命相连。加1900块，手电筒50杯。还是可以自由取用，难怪。
You're here. Here. Look down at the bottom. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded... It's just as you described it. It was C-H-A-R-O-N. As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the...
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry. I'm afraid so. It's all these people. It also tells us that the gold... I know it's a lot to take in. That was my first thought. But it was also Oh, I'm sorry. Each of them is slightly different, but they always involved the souls of... It was said that he'd help. That's why it was once our custom to bet. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly... You say you saw a young... And I once heard Kabash and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamutta, but whatever form this stranger, I suspect. Good question, but that never made any sense. In our case, it seems Charon didn't... So, maybe there's... No. I mean, I had my... Now that we know where we are, we don't have much to go on. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on them. And finally, Aeneas. So it seems you have two options to confront. It's a reasonable question, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, all Romans try to avoid. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you're... Shh! It's That option would be the... As I said, Hercules managed to overpower... Are you telling me that you... I won't pretend to... So, who knows? But first, the problem is, the door has... I suspect it looks as though somebody, if you could recover... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides. You'll find them all over Rome. However, this one is unusual. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian. But I did hear Aurelia is I'm afraid you're on your own. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded The problem is, those are the stories. First, it's said, the god of... If the stories are... The problem is, leaving that aside for a moment... Truly? Then again, I suppose... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. If she has indeed been a... Tell me. That is strange. There are no rivers here. Well, as far as I can tell, if that's the current she's talking... I vaguely recall wondering what was in there. But the door at the back... You might be able to get a key. Let me know if you find anything in... All right. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of... In any case, may Fortuna guide you. Ave again. Certainly. May Fortuna... Certainly. As I... The problem... It is... If the stories are true... The problem... True. Can you... Tell me... That... Well, if that... I bet you might... Let me... May...
Salve. Hello there, friend. Are you well? Certainly. Oh, it's perfect. Hear what? She claimed it, but I digress. That's hardly my concern. Well, if you... Don't you...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Follow me, quickly.
谢啦，行政官。虽然你看起来很有阴谋，但还是谢啦。Hello， 又是我。
So? Oh. All right, let me see. Poor guy. I'll go.
然后去救人。
What are you doing? She needs... What, Yulia? Hopefully, that was extraordinary. Look, that was like... You just saved a person's life. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her in the meantime. I'm Lucretia. I'm... Well, until the end. She's... But what? He's become... Thanks. That's a
How'd you do? Hello there. Well, I'll take your word. Now you talk. Oh. All right. Well, how do I know? Here's your... Now. What? I can't take that. You promised it. What is this? Don't even talk to me.
Don't even talk to me.
Greetings and salutations. Greeting. My friend, you're... And in a city full of Romans you are asking, my name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roma. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto. I am flattered that they copy our idea. At first I pull my hair out. After a while I give up. But my point is this. If the plague you seek was pilfered from... he cannot help it. And besides, it make... That might... I do... But of... I hope that our...
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Do you like... Like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
要怎么样才能
A new faith. It'll be. Why do you? I like the idea, but I know Galer. It was only yesterday that he. So, I suppose. Certain. See you again.
哦，我想起来了啦，那个女的，那个他老婆啦，要我们给他一瓶酒。
And deeply honored to have been.
你好啊。
Dimitri, this is outrageous. Do I need to call Domitius?
靠背啊。现在几点几分啊？4分钟前的档案是什么啊？算了算了。我现在做别的事情好了。
What? He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped. Tell him the punishment. She's not. Had to carry it. He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped earlier this morning. While I was taking you. Tell him the punishment. To us. Malio. What?
What is it, sir? Well, by threatening, if you need because you're out, it's group. War crime. Isn't that? Seems that what's done is done. I was forced to execute my best way to go. That's Seneca the Younger, right? If you like. Alright?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Ugh. Oh. Oh, really? I can see why she would. Oh. Thank you. Oh, oh. Yes.
Well, finally, we have. I must have. Is that about right? Seems. I think it. Ask then. Good. You mean perhaps? Look, it was not here, April. The manner. I will. Sext, before I was elected 7 months. They're supposed to be unfortunate. Very well. If I did, I've all hours give the real end. Thank you. If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the One.
After everything we've built,
See you， 下次见。
Salve. Oh, so. Yulia. Poor girl. All right, let me see. I'll go.
Okay.
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you?
有在努力了啦。
we're finally alone. I must have... Is that a... I think... You mean to ask why? I'm sorry. Yes, our Aeneas the Tact and I... I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
另外去就另外去，妈的！
On your best behavior, I trust.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been.
Hello.
You're not. Talk. You barge into the question. Ah, some time ago he wrote me and I'll happily. Thank you. Now, perhaps. What? He's given me that and he. What? It was a lie of a mission. I curse. This is outrageous.
啊，对对对对对。你好啊。靠背啊。好吧，加油加油。我看一下有什么情。皮尔。 哇，站在那边，他跃跃欲试，我看到了。
Well, all right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, no. Oh, P.S. What do you?
That's
what?
Why do you?
Please,
I'm sorry.
Please help him. Thank you.
You know about that? Well, you don't, and it's too. If I backed out. Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Yulia and I are in debt bond. So, Yulia. Oh, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
靠背啊，这玻璃心，我只是问一下而已。
That wasn't. I'll have and I bet.
不想再重跑了。哎呦，屁股好痛。这应该是会存档在，就是我拿到那个信之后的事情了吧？不可能不存在那边吧？早知道我就先付存档了，真是后悔。
Well, all right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what do you do?
That's the.
What?
Why do you.
I know, please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help it. Thank you.
You. Well, you don't. It's too. If I back. Oh, but we're still in debt. Yulia and. So. Really? You'd do that for us? It seems. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go. I just wish there was some. Ah, Scintilla and I were in love. Alright. One night a few months ago, I wasn't allowed out. And that's when I just sat there on. And then she looked up, and from the moment she asked, and so for we'd hold hand. And then one morning, all I could do was. Scintilla was the one thing. All I know is she'd never have taken. I can't prove it, but I just know she's. Somebody abducted her. My guess? I have no idea. I've never seen the inside of it. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there. Oh, I see. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty... What? So... Oh... Fine. I'll let Domitius notify... There. You got what you...
Hello.
And it must be. It'll be between. Why do you? I like. It was only so. I like the. It was only so. I suppose if you'd like. Certainly. See you again.
什么意思？他不是已经弃权了吗？贫民窟在哪
On your best behavior, I trust.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible.
Oh, a golden
what a
ball,
relief.
just like Apollo and Diana.
That might. But of course. I hope.
I will.
Wonder how much one of these. Hello there. Wow. Now you. Oh. All right. Well. Here's your money now. What? I can't. You promised. What is it? Don't even.
我又有钱了。
A golden ball, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Just rest up, get your strength back. And
Feeling
you'll
all right?
celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you.
That's a
Obvious.
shame.
I will.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to.
May
Oh,
Apollo
wait.
keep you safe.
Why do you look so happy?
We're free.
It must be. It'll be. But why do you? I liked it. It was only so. I suppose. Certain. It must. It'll be. Why? You can. I liked it. It was so. Certain. See you again.
什么意思？不是都已经？而且贫民窟在哪？
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
么进去呢？
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like a deer over a cold
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Are you? And there's a lot. What was that? Let's just... Not for a few... I remember, the one word I kept hearing was... All right.
The 49 melodies fetch just as the ocean, but it does say it. Then I thought I had to tell myself it was... I must apologize if my words... He gives such an uncanny There is a downward path, the sluggish sticks. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. There the bloodless shadows wander, others fall. I hope I have... And now we share a secret. Friend, you have...
大家都坐在这。
Name's Wolfius.
Yulia.
No idea what...
I'm glad you didn't go through with it.
It's the rheumatism. I know, that's I'll leave him alone from now. I'm going to go and...
We're free. Maliola's just released us and we never have to set foot in that village.
Ah, a new face. Are you... You went Snoop? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. Really? Well, nice to...
I'm so glad you didn't
May
go through
Apollo
with it.
keep you safe.
We're free. Maliola's just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again. The newcomer arranged it somehow. You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready. Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
宝贝啊，他怎么一直在重复讲这种话？
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
We're free. Maliola's just...
It'll be... Why did... I liked it. It was up so... See you...
arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible.
Isn't the great temple majestic? All of it. We are... But would you... Wonderful. It goes like this. Borsis and Philim, they go from door to door until finally they begin gulping down the old couple's... And then she notices says to her husband, Philemon, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves. They confide they didn't mind them. You have passed our test. So old Borsis... Meanwhile, Jupiter carried... Some say but I like to think... A cynic philosopher might... See you again.
Why do you look so happy?
不知道他们两个怎么隔那么远讲话啊？靠腰。
What? How? Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say. I will. Thank you, Ulpius. But I will. It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you...
Malleolus just released us and we never have to say.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Do you... But it's like I don't think. Yeah. Bye bye.
What is it, citizen? What? No, but I don't want it. Send you might. Or.
That's quite an impressive bow.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers?
Citizen? You mean perhaps you... Look, it was not here, April. The man... I will... Oh. Well, if you allow me the crux of it to illustrate, if you managed the same thing, if either of those things were done, so the fact that you are still here means... Excellent. It looks like... Of course, what it... Yeah? What it looks like...
维基尔是谁啊？哦。等我一下。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Hmm? 这里是怎样？这里是什么啊？海水道。哇！我们要让日子重新再来一次，就是不能阻止他跳楼之前。上来了。你好啊。
You? Who are you? Do you know you're here?
哎呀
I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the gate of... He wants to keep us all here forever. Or until we... Sentius. I don't know. He said the god... Behind me. There's an aqueduct. The only problem is it's barred by a head. I'm going to take... I'm done, Kate. There won't be an... There's no time. What? I hate you. You're back. What? I hate you.
后如果我是从那边爬上来的话，他是怎么下来的？痛屁股痛。
Citizen? Ah, you've returned. Me? You know, Al. Come now. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one week to the next. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. He was a moralistic fellow, and because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands. I watched him come through the portal, and when he finally saw the futility of it all, the next time I awoke, I mean, it's and yet, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his... So, you discover... Why? Isn't it obvious? And as long as I have found a way to prolong my life, and why would... The only way... You see, it was my action. That means if I die, you'll... Oh, understand. You might want... I certainly hope not. Okay, now get up. I thought I told you to get...
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, Priestess.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
跟我吵翻了，我还是可以回到过去。那有没有跟我吵翻，根本就没有意义。他为了让自己活命。
Sounds sick. Yulia? Poor... Alright, let me... What? Are you... I'll go.
The 49 melody just but the bloodlet. There is only. Help me, it is better for you. Say it. Then, I thought I had. I will do. There is there. I hope, and now we.
我就等他完成我的任务好了。
Salve, Ruffius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Ah, thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it.
超可爱的
Go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
超级憨厚的。我叫他跑回来，这个会跑腿。我刚刚找了，他有一个那个隐藏的引导任务。
Name's Ulpius. Send here. Fine. Send. No. See you around. Citizen.
Julia,
golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Welcome.
Don't believe a word they tell you. Shalom. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. That's where I was when the fires broke. Every road leading out of several hours down the Appian Way. I can only assume it's strange though, because I still had my a lot of good it did me. Galerius.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oblige it, of course.
Well, that's surprising.
Thanks.
Thank you for telling
All right, friend.
I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself. If that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Citizen. Galerius. Fine. See.
Hello.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? Oh, come on. Hey, all right.
看一下它的隐藏的那个要怎么触发。
That's quite an impressive bow you have there, just like Diana's. That's quite an impressive bow you have. And you've... It must be... It'll be between cent... Why do you up? As I said. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
少的哎。
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please.
Hello?
来了，石板。
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have, maybe my friend had, but he gave me a key to please help me find it. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the systems. Way up. Oh, maybe it is treasure. I can see it from your so pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it.
Shall suffer for the sins of the one.
下哦。有点痒啊。
Salve, friend. Oh. You? Oh, alright. I'll...
他说他参选之后好像会回去那里，所以我们就在这边等5分钟，等他完成。乔治。
Greetings and salutations. Greeting. My... I knew this. Please, let us leave. Very well. For several months now, I have been sneaking. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the The offering did so, I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed arb. Nothing. When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help invest. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last. I do not, but you do.
Welcome, welcome. Citizens, tell me. I will tell you everything I know. The one thing I long for, let us find out with this simple. Excellent. Now, good enough. Would you say you are an overthinker, but if you struggle, well, that's real. You see out there, but under the golden, so to navigate this maze, that is an excellent. So let me ask you this. Are you sure? Or so is it up to each of us to you know, I think he told the story of a man named Derek. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead. Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead. From this, Herodotus concluded, I take it you... Then let me ask you this. Would you still maintain that within... Disturb... My point is this. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception. For any rule, you can imagine. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, and so we must accept our limit. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, because the only way to create this and no other, and life under... I'm glad. In any case... Did we not discuss... You seek the... It is a cursed... I will tell you, but you may... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, when the Romans came, in typical fashion, thus the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of... And when they found an obelisk bearing... And the city's dwindling Greek residents, they gathered their art and valuables. I'm getting to that. An even older plaque. We had no idea. As a result of their deaths, we extended the tunnel so far that suddenly it made sense. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out, I think it is best you head through the cap. There are certain... Take this... I enjoyed our chat.
存档保平安。我的弓箭呢？想按 V 哦，好想知道敌人在哪里哦。
Stop. Do not come in. I am... And let me get... That I was planning to return here. Now, indeed, I stumbled across a collection of... You may not... In fact, because it's... I will tell you. Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld.
这个地方虽然说是说罗马，但它实际上从埃及，然后到希腊到罗马，直接贯穿了3个不同的文化。
renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it would imply, and that's my people. You will this work up. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with... If it will... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city since the Romans had taken over when the fires broke out last year. On my 7th trip, I told him his brother would have to save. I awoke on the banks of the river. It did not dawn on me until much later. I think if someone is to break due to the... As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally This is where I belong. I do not know. All I know is I think if someone due to the do. As for the punishment, good. Wait. You would...
哦，苏美尔文，天哪！ 靠北。 妈的，我直接卡住，气死！我屁股好痛，我想赶快结束这个游戏了。这里是哪里？屁股啊！烦死了！哦，对了，这里了。哦，靠北，我走回原路了。这里。啊？什么？为什么我一直在绕圈？操你妈的！真是令人生气。哦，我刚刚走到的路从哪里找到的啊？啊？
When I told you that you would not find a way back up that, I disagree. You have undermined. Very well, why should I? That may be true of many things, but does that not? Now that I think about it, but the underworld of many of my ancestors, we prepare to have our hearts weighed, and yet I arrive here to did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an... I am not Very well. I will remain here.
Okay. 所以是在晃什么？啊？啊，这里是哪里？我有走过吗？诶？ 的路痴，根本看不出来有没有走过啊这个地方。那我是从哪里进来的啊？这里吗？哦，好像是哎。哦，水啦！靠背啊！
Good to see you again, friend. You mean, how did... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring. It became heated. He drew a glad... I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire. I settled in, made friends, and learned what... So I began looking for a place. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them... They are one and the same. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friend, I think it's safest to assume that if I was... I fear that if you were to utter... I'm afraid I am the only... Some from It has been lonely. Living in darkness is not without its... And sometimes, when the greater challenge is that, like so many things... As you will. Ha! Did we not... I enjoyed...
Oh. 那我就不客气啦，都是我的啦。不是吧？这是傻小。我看一下，星子般的心。这边就完成一下他的那个爱慕者好了，他人那么好，肯定是要帮一下的啦。这里吧。 在这里，他不然好去哪了？
to believe a word they tell you.
我刚刚才看到哎、没关系。
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
啊，那我顺便去那个右唇，右唇。哦，对，我都忘记了。不客气。不可能上不来的吧？搞耍哦！不可能，我进来什么都看不到吧？啊？这是哪里啊？靠呗！啊，所以我解那么久，我就只是打开来这里而已。啊！就这。妈的，我感觉我自己被骗了。我能帮你推一下吗？干嘛这样看我啊？那我就想帮你一下啊。哎，干什么？
On your best behavior, I trust.
唉。现在回去农田了吧？不可能再不回去了吧？是哦，看到他，你好啊。
Salve again, friend. How is it? You're a Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king. He was forced to forcing him to... Actually, now that I think about it, Tantalus was made to grasp... Oh, and Ixion was... Anyway, I don't know, so I'll tell you what. I'll keep... Oh, and I'm in the running for Majesty. Oh, And if our conversation... I saw you slide down that rope, and... strange. Oh, of course. Anyway, well, I've been trying... It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope. Do you think you... Oh, thank you. All right.
我有点不记得那边的路到底怎么过去了，所以游戏感觉要到尾声了。所以应该要上去的时候马上跳。再试试看，总不能从这边爬回去吧？啊，此刻就调整方便。快走啊 ！Hello。小提示跳吧，他的小提示从来没有准过哎，还是我看得太慢了。我知道你在叫我，等我一下。但是其实他出小提示的时候就马上跳。Nice， 我一直啊，我都方向键往回了。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
OK。快啊！不是啊，好难抓那个时机哦。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
难怪那上面有一朵花，妈的，就在等这一刻啊！
Citizen.
Salve again, my sister. No. Really? This is going to make us. What I really want to do is burn on the other. You mean, you see, Equitia is a Vestal. Even if she was just. At the same time, she's just so. I don't. What I need is a go. What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is... Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
这是38哎，靠呗，不可能在那边卡
Whatever's in
住
that
吧
great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Hello there, friend. Wow. Oh. Well. Here's your now. I can't. You promised. What is? Don't.
嘿嘿，我看一下我多少钱啊？哇，我有15000哎！不愧是我。
A new face. Oh. Oh. I see. Of course I do. That man is a wonderful, but he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. Plus, he's been trying for weeks. He'd just stand there. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 30. Then, I hope so. Oh my. Let's see. We don't have much to... Hercule, Sissy, and fun. So it's... All road. You... May 4... Ave again. Certain. As I met the prop... It's... If the prop... Truly, then it can... Tell me. Truly. Ah, but unfortunate. Maybe... I can't...
知道了。Hello.
Fortune smile on you, brother. Salve again, my sister. Now. Thank... Venus, that is the... All I can do is... In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress. If you can figure out how to get... but...
Don't believe a word they tell you.
He did? I'll let... All right.
他说的是这里吧？确实。
Fortune smile on you, brother.
终于。必须。 女的在跟你讲话，然后一直在看我，你真是很没有礼貌哎！难怪你到现在是单身。哦。
I hope you're coping.
又晃，我来了。是我，这应该是冥神的神殿了。好呗。哦，啊哈。OK, come on. 太帅了吧！嘿，知道，我知道。我靠！什么？从过去穿到未来的概念吗？靠腰。好，我不知道要讲感觉还是要讲概念，还是时间失语。靠！太他妈炫炮了吧 ！Hello， 你好啊，你好啊，是他在跟我讲话。
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow.
while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpine to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferry. We will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpine saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and
虽然说他这样讲话很帅，但是我的关注点一直在他的牙齿，有时候图没有跑出来。
We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft,
然后还有点漂移。
and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpine could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave it behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpine's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself.
那你为什么不要跟他一起变成人类呀？你不是爱他吗？
But he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpine and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after
你就跟他一起变人类嘛，在那边做什么研究？
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before. They made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from the silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the pharaoh. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock. And
你都爱他，然后你都不愿意陪他当人类。好哦。
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. His words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, it has come to be known simply. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance in life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
好色哦，工具神。
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. Do Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? How dare you threaten her? This ends now. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
那房间在哪？对错赢过了你的生存本能，笑死！不然我就不会是 INTP 的人了，你知道吗？Go go！ 等一下，屁股有点痛。啊！
And here you are, but the one that is. I've opened. I just apply. Not it. Now tell me. The merchant. How is that I did apply. Not it. Now tell me. The midwife and the palace, yeah. The rule is do unto others, meaning other. They are forsaken. Applying this rule always. Now tell me. Abduction. He did better that he stopped. Supposing you're right. Now tell me. Do you? I should. Now. Do you plan to? you honest? Now. Good. Only it is when I pick Carol. Where did you?
I do not remember fair. If that is true.
How did you come to be in this?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long. Tread lightly. Enough of this. Why have you... If you anger me, always so, tell me.
如果是出于爱情才立下的赌约，你应该要知道，普罗塞宾娜并不爱你。
You have no... That is a very serious... I am well aware of the story. It is entirely unfair. Mine... It was an act of rebellion against the others. Accordingly, these people were all dead when my servant found. Then you... Accordingly, every one of those people was... They failed collectively and... Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect... Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to? Do you ensure they have food and shelter? Of course not. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. I suppose there is a hierarchy among my kin, with Jupiter at the top. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you're right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that pathetic? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Turn this wood to gold.
到底要怎么才能到他的房间去拿到皇冠呢？我很想知道欸。
That is... The road... You... The plot... Not... Then your desire to be right, how you will make... How dare... The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You will suffer.
还是跟他谈判好了。哦，好烦哦！这个是怎样？妈的！是我感情过剩的人哦。被反驳又生气，暴气仔哎，就这种还能当神？
And what? That it... this should come... It is... Do... The... The plot... Not... No. The... Now tell me. He did better than he... Now tell... He did better than... Now tell me. Do... I... Now... Very... Good. Only it has long been when I peer into you, Carol. Where did you...
I do not remember. If that is...
How did you come... I... Tread enough of it. Why? Ha ha, if you... So... That is a... It is... It... The... Then you... According... Every... Let me do you. Of because my make that how you will how the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
屁嘞！怎样啊？好烦啊！操你妈的！该死的冥王，臭玻璃心！我要进去之后存着档。
And here,
好啦，知道就去看不知道几百次了，妈蛋，烦死了，死爆气仔干，最讨厌这种人了。
Not. So that it is it then do you because my liar, you will help. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
快让我跑！哎，这个存档是故意的吧？太令人生气了！什么鬼啊？他存档然后故意卡死我！
And here,
故意的吧？干，这个游戏到底有没有想让我过啊？是不是令人生气？
The mid. I. How did the many shall suffer for the sins of the one?
是故意的哎，他故意给我卡两下，然后害我要只能重来，到底想怎样啊？
As you good. Oh.
我懒得理你了。
Tread what? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
你皇冠哎。为什么他会倒退走啦？不要倒退走好吗？哦。 怎么过去？哦，烦死了！该死的暴气仔！哼！
You? Oh, all right. I'll go.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
The troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of it. Just go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Wait, how did you know I was headed in there?
我不是已经跟他辩论过黄金法则了吗？啊，我真的是气嘎！这太过分了！该死的情绪化小狗！跟我上去！妈的！
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome. I was indeed, but... Oh, that's... I assume... I suppose first I'd want to... If I could expose some... But as a philosopher, the saddest... So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility. As a last resort, I might figure out what he... Now, go... Good to see you again, friend. I assume you're... I suppose if I could... But... So the... As a lot now.
好，谢谢哦。所以到底有什么模组在卡我呢？好生气，好生气！就是你他妈该死的存档，害我死那边死了2次还3次，还在那边给我加载中，我是在加3小加。让我过去，我赶快结束这个东西，我屁股超痛，我想要赶快结束这个游戏，已经1点了，我要睡觉。妈的，又给我卡，又是这里，又是卡几次你才甘心啊？滚开，滚开！烽火中烧。又是我啦妈的！
hear you. Allow me. No God. And wanted that they will first. I would reckon. You vile You, if I refuse, you will murder. I do not. And now this is gone. But know this. Because did the best I will. It is not up to me. Once this exodus be, what will become now? You would.
可播的情绪化小狗。
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. Well, you know who you are. Oh, did that? I'm fairly fortunately for us, the last person in here, apparently there was a community. They believed that if even then, one day, just an oracle appeared, saving the foiling and so on. And the doors just, nobody knows what went on in there because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of, what became of him? And did this mysterious oracle? Anyway, I think I found a way out to... I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else. You go on ahead.
You're back! But... oh, what a relief. Why don't you tell me...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... I do not enjoy to see that most people... that you'd... my role as the... most so ask you... as you were exploring it. Unfortunately, a nearby hiker, you both fought. There was not. He died instantly. That man's. You were each in possession of a. Perhaps you have heard that. Well, a long time ago, my orders were some. That is a question. I am just only now. There is no. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I...
Sounds good to me.
And you?
我不确定我是不是走正确的如果不是的话，我应该会很生气。这样看起来应该是。
Hey, you made it. I read your book. And what the... After everything you've been... So after we got back to the real world, I'm Sorry, I've been. Why don't you head on down?
You're finally here. It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Anyway, I know we only ever had that. I wanted to say. I know. We're planning to get married. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly Of course.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to... So, you're the hero who somehow... I'm just teasing. Actually, Galerius and I are engaged, and it feels like the world has just... We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See?
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big help. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now. Treasure? Oh. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second. I'm living up north and studying in the military. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Still, I have to keep the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what... He had more trouble at... He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so I suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out. And you...
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius. I'm not sure if you heard, but after she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. But he's been dealt with. Anything I want. I'm a woman of course, I mostly just stay in my villa, and he's still there, all alone. The eternal torment. You too.
Oh yeah.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course... Oh, I bet I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Did you know there are entire continents, and you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft? Oh, sorry, you already know all that. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how... You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink. I hope so.
You're here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods. I'm studying when you'd...
Greetings. I am told I am reacquainting myself with Greece. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa. I hope you will join me there and regain... You too.
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
I'm working as a not that I need the money, but I do love it. Aha! You remember that? The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous mod. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought. My sincere thanks, one.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to I'm just so happy to be here with you. You too. Well, it's not like I have to work. We all just... Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binge... Thank you. You too.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure but thank you for I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people. And you. Oh, and... wonderful.
Good evening. Greetings.
Greetings.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the... I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is. I'm already up to the 19th century and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad. And
不是啊，靠北。
Some soiree, isn't it? Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard. Listen, I wanted to express my sense. Whatever you did in that temple made me such a acerbic wit. I took the money I made from selling. In fact, I was hoping to ask. I can't listen. Oh, don't be like that. You can tell him.
DVD.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Of course, don't let me keep you.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name. Oh, of course, I too would like to offer my thanks for it. For a time, I returned to Alec. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Haven't. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. You too.
Look us up next time you're in.
It's so nice to find it. I wanted to thank you and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam.
结果他想骂他是因为他自己也是不知道，这种会攻击同性恋的，通常自己是同性恋，他们不想承认。
Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? Missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. You too.
Hmm. 喜欢。
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
是那个吧？
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of a cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. And there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
真的，如果他爱你的话。
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Hehe. 工作室做出来的，这真的超强的。 了，结束了，太好啦！那这可以干嘛？哦，这个做得很好耶！啊，好累，有种非常疲倦的感觉。再1分钟，再1分钟。老了，老了。哦，要15分了，大家晚安啊。